All right, let's do it. I got my water. I got my monster. I'm ready. Oh, fuck. I'm not ready. We're straight into court. I'm doomed. Ah, shit. So we already know who it is, right? Like, it's definitely Marshall. Can we do 2 killers? What if it was Marshall and Angel? That'd be really cool. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Who is drinking alcohol on the stand. Come on. Me, partner? Fuck you, Marshall. Give me the information, dude. I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. You're a patrolman. Anything here. Yeah, exactly. Whatever. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. I need to put this up. Until I get confirmation that I'm not. I can have the afternoon off. Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day that the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Yes, please, Your Honor. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on the bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the rooms were protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wow, Marshall, holy fuck, dude. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean, the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yeah, so what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. Oop. He's not that good with machines or following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Alright, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. Okay. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? And you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. It's kind of loud, huh? So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There's a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. What's this guy avoid being fired? Oh, there's a discount on this? Really? Where? I see. Okay. And of course, not everything's discounted. Oh, you son of a... Figure this is the first shipment I pull after I start stream. I'll work away at it. The room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Is this even in order? Of course, back in my day, the locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. And he mentions it. Central Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, this doesn't seem to be relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? It's a street side saloon. What are you doing in a place like that? Oh, what a nightmare of a shipment, dude. I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that patrol. That parlor's... Vongoli? Sepia? You mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this at least taught you a lesson. He was at Jollibee's, was he? We don't have a Jollibee's here. This is usually where Edgeworth says, did you not want to raise this year? So is this what we need then? I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. Neil Marshall. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Marshall and Starr. I think Marshall and Starr are both guilty in this, honestly. I was at a street side saloon when I went down. Obviously you weren't.
Objection!
Officer Marshall. Doesn't it strike you as odd? Hold on, which one of these were not discounted? Eh? What? Did you not save my shit that I just did? Okay, you did. So 3,250. So this one is not discounted. Ow. I'm busy. Paste. 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 So I think it's just those ones. That's not going to save. How you doing, Scotsy? That is you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Oh my god, it did save. It's a miracle. Nice. Alright, we're out of here after I finish this shipment. We can focus on the case and then we can play some Grand Blue after we finish it. If we finish it. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects and that's my rounds, about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. Covered in blood? I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. This one. Give me like 2 minutes so I can finish this shipment and do my time card, and then we can focus. How's your guys' day? What did you get planned for the weekend? Am I fighting some inner demons right now? What do you mean? Oh, my throat clearing? No, I just have a really like gunky throat, I guess. It takes a while for it to clear up. So I don't normally talk a lot during the day. Or like since I wake up. So it takes a bit. I took VTO yesterday because I thought they wouldn't give it out today, but they freaking did, dude. Hell yeah, brother. Has bronchitis? It's not bronchitis. I'm always like this. I just have a very gunky throat. That's good, because I was doing literally nothing tonight. I transferred more shipments than I did. That's crazy. Nice. We're out of here. I gotta fucking get this out too. I mean, all the pop I drink definitely doesn't help. But it goes away eventually. Well, it clears itself up the longer I talk. There, we got no shipments in our pending. We got no shipments in our mailbox. We are out of here. Shut down. Nice, Sue. Hey, chauffeur. All right, we're done for the night. We can focus on. We can actually game all night. That's crazy. Your bloodstained fingerprints are at the scene of the crime. The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, it seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on their shoulders. I take you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well. You may begin your testimony about the fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Brrr. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just had me in the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? It had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Let's do it. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happened to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my fingerprints weren't all over the locker. Apparently his fingerprints data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock this entire time without even knowing it. Okay. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, so mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. Wanna know why? Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. I hate English. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murderer. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still my job. I keep up on the reports. There's a blood stain at the scene, though it might have been left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in the Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of our Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The seal of blood in the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. I hate this man. I can't wait to send him to jail. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. As long as my trail isn't there, you can't say otherwise. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want me to tie this crime? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Places you can't see. The camera panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without even being caught on tape. No time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. If you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Uh-oh. Your art progress is gone. Rian, what did you do? So are you playing like... Is this gonna be like I'm on observation duty where you're looking for a freaking difference? Did you forget to save? What did you do? Rewind? Is that it? There's no cloth sticking out now. No way that's it. Your backup's not even there? What happened? Wait, does it show up later? Let's hold on. Does it show up later? That's it. All right, cool. That has to be it. Take that! Bring our attention back to the security camera. It's a mistake I'm afraid you'll not soon forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. You sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witness. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. It literally does. Come on, Edgeworth. You figured out why? What did you do, Yin? Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person that can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say open that locker? Now prove it. Okay. Okay. A fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. I have the progress as a JPEG and not as an R file. Oof. So rip all your layers. Lockers can only be owned by the detective they belong to. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the forest that don't even know about the fingerprint locks. Blam. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No. It's time to undo. No, that's not something you can undo. You save the file, but you don't save the layers. I've done it before. This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you're doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Was he now a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? Seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He's the killer, right? Maybe an Ace Attorney movie night after you finish all the games. There's movies to this freaking game? Officer Marshall. Right? Huh. So Officer Meekins didn't have notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Eh? The only things here to pick are the V and the K, right? So if it's not the K, then it's the V. Everything else is just out in the open, right? There, but that's what the Detective Goodman was. Or the victim Detective Goodman was. Oh, because... Oh, fuck, I did it backwards. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I thought Meekins was the victim. I believe the word victim in the video is... I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. That's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Ugh. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. Nope, Meekins never seen any detectives. May I point out that Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card on, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for it. It's called circumstantial evidence. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care if you're uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard. Do you have any evidence proving beyond the shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Yes, we do. The gloves? Because Marshall wore... the other detective wore white gloves, right? And that's what was in the locker. Thanks for the help, Edgeworth. Looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. I know Edgeworth just helps us. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so the video is my only shot. Very well, let us take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us... It cuts off there. That's not my controller, that's the actual thing skipping. It's his coat, right? It's his coat, right? Because there's blood on it? So he couldn't take it back out into the police station. Right? Right? Because he would be noticed leaving? For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you're wearing was soiled with blood. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. He just admits to the fucking crime. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. Hey, ya pep. Hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, Jojo. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent as you are as today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. Seems the time has come. Do I need to cross-examine a friggin' confession? I had to do it that day. I just couldn't stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID card and dressed up like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew the areas wouldn't be I knew the areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. There's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of large quantities of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how can that be? Officer Meekin managed to cut his own hand. My guess he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Okay. I'm not the murderer. I had to do it that day. When you say it, you mean... You even have to ask, partner? 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. The incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? Because he lost his job as detective. That day was my last chance. That's why I became a prosecutor against every witness and murder in court. Yeah. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? Did we not? Phoenix, we got told to read the case before we came in here. Goodman was the lead investigator. And Marshall and Starr lost their jobs because of that case. And because of him. Like... If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. That really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report. I returned his ID card, and I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So, essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Meekins, so I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one in a million type person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little bit more about this year's race. Anyway, he threw himself at me and ended up cutting himself slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. But why? What happened to the knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat when you struck with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. Having a knife in the courtroom? Yeah, he's shaving with it a lot. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during the time? He was unconscious? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates this crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID and injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. That salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case, this one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. Witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear one more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? That case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted of his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's still something that bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. I don't know. That's what I'm going to try to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think is his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related to that case in some way. Better take another look at the files. Okay, so this is what we're probably going to need to present evidence to. I'm going to assume it's the case files, right? Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned here. Oh yeah, one of the victims. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. Or yeah, SL9. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? Brother. I was going to say father, but... He was investigating the murders with Damon Nat, the then police chief of deputy chief of police. Whew. Come on, brain, we get there. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. They were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. Here. Google? Arraigned? 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 Past tense, arraigned. Call or bring someone before a court to answer a criminal charge. To find fault with someone or something. His sister was arraigned on attempted murder charges. Arraigned. You learned something new today. And incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for this your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could have been reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. This mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time, the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gonna be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's The murder in the prosecutor's office's parking lot was the real one. Jesus. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lena Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lena Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely uncontestable. You have a response, make it a single word or less. Objection. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. Disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lena guilty. Now that the time for the verdict has arrived, this court finds the defendant... Oh, that's hoping to be Maya. The defense has an objection, a scientific objection, right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense? Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. You think the murder was the cardboard? Yeah, the Blue Badger for sure. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Skye sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. It left only one thing, the other handprint. I mean, the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can find something wrong with them, are foxes allowed in court? This one is. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. I'm a defense attorney. Of course I'm allowed in the court. Of course I'm allowed here. If anyone can save Lena, it's you. Hoo boy. Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Wear a suit and tie? But suits are expensive. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there any problem with this? No, I'm the defense attorney. You can't take me out of here. If you can find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lena will be... If we ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with the handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? Obviously, I object. The handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there something wrong with them? Yeah, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something's missing. Means something hasn't been drawn on there? Yeah, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. The blue badger. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. All this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? It's because there's a fucking bloody handprint on the blue badger, right? It has to be the blue badger. It literally has to be. I refuse to believe anything else. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force. It actually was the blue badger. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the blue badger's dancing here, it would have been impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. So that means, what exactly does that mean? It seems it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Just right, think through scientifically. On that, I like that pose. That pose is really cute. That's a cute and noted. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that means this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. I'm not allowed such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown in this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, it doesn't explain the blood mark found in the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, where did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. The timesheet? Do we still have that? Yeah, right? 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 Don't say, Your Honor. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, it would be 4:40. Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminal test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have been taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. There's only one other card remaining. Talk about a lucky number. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of this card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. Wait, was it the police chief? He went in with 77, 77, 77, 7. Mr. Edgeworth, look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. The ID number is 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. That's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. In an official charge... If an official charged file against an executive is accepted... You're all like, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how a prosecutor office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I'd appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Not to you, to her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. English hard. Of course, we looked up her ID number, and it's not 7. Don't play for a fool part. It's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Hold on, I got to cough and clear my throat. Blah. Do you need the witness to repeat this question? Do you need the witness to repeat this question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Bless you, I coughed, but thank you. You'll say Robitussin? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. Before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During the trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. It's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict we deserved. Even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. Oh, it's going auto. Oh, fuck. We're going to a day 4? Nope, still day 3. Okay. A lot of cases we looked at again. None of the ones I solved, that's for sure. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. So sorry for what my sister said. I didn't know. I never knew the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lena wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Let me open my water. Water. So that's a case from 2 years ago relevant to this one? Because Edgeworth was the head prosecutor. Lena is our current murderer, quotation marks. Damon got up promoted from that, and Bruce Goodman, the head investigator in the case, is the person who was murdered. And Marshall and Sarah are both involved in this somehow. So like everyone that was involved in this case back then is involved in this case now. It happened 2 years ago. It was right at the time of this year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. Ugh. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled a knife out and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Marshall tackled him. Then, I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and suddenly the lights went out. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture into my mind. I can still see it now. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. Shit. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lena was cradling me in her arms. couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but I wasn't any good. You must have been 14, that's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crimes with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lena would never have to forge any. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lena why she made up the crime. I mean, provided bogus evidence. The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lena forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. He couldn't have known he was giving any false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. After that case ended, Lena was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must have not been able to face up what she did, especially not to Emma. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. You said that you were in Lena's office that time, right? Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. But Lena was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? She was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. I better have another talk with her. Seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? If you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Emma told me about you. About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the I keep saying SL6, that was the previous one. And how SL9 was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? A lot of revelations were uncovered in the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact this crime was largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. It wasn't really fair, was it? No. I believed in you, Lena. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Emma, this doesn't involve just me. It's true I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. Do we think the chief did it? He was deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked at the crime scenes. Damon Nat was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. And I really idolized her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use the experience in court, right? Nat's help in the SL9 incident was crucial to this resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. That means the investigating lead was Damon Nat, right? Deputy Chief Nat and I shared the same office and same investigations. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall Angel Star. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Cute. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when we learned his final murder took place. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Damon Nat and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Nat and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Nat and myself. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lena? I was filing some papers while Nat and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. After that, I placed Dark in immediate arrest. So let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, huh? I don't buy it. There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved with that incident. Just by chance. That case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced that with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case might just not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? The chief's office. Ooh. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Ooh. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we look for some other people to talk to? Well, I came here. Oh, I need to go here to get to there. Okay. Hey, Marshall. How were you not in jail? Oh, Mr. Marshall. Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Hey, Sarah. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Babina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? I'll see his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. Why did you do it? Why did prosecutor... why did... What's that word? Not prosecutors. Like the people that find mines. Whatever. If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, Would you mind telling us exactly what happened? So I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. A minesweeper? It's not a minesweeper. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. You mean the switchblade knife with a broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wounds the victim sustained. It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. Yes, prospectors, thank you. Yes. Thank you, chauffeur. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. That case left behind scars on all of us. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The brother's hotter? The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? What are you looking at me like that for? It's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother. That day, the SL9 incident took place. That wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence in the locker was empty. You missed completely? I dodge. It's not you guys missing, I have dodge skills now. There's something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Marshall. Or, Goodman. Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? They did something to him too. If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean, Demon Nat and Lena Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Nat, and his second-in-command, Lena Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. Stop it. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lena was transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yep. Damon Nat, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. I can literally see who redeemed stuff. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sagai was totally different when she was a detective. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret's too well guarded. I never found out. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He's the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. Different color? Uh-huh. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Nat. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Oi! Adios, Bambina. That was cute. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking to exactly what went down in the evidence room. So we're still taking the Blue Badger to jail, right? Yep, that's the plan. Let's see who the detectives are. We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. But instead, it looks like we ended up making Lena look even more guilty. Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? Yeah, with Lena admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll have to come back later. How do I get to the friggin' police chief's office? That's where I gotta go, right? Or do I give Lena something? They're all in the conference room. Thanks? The chief prosecutor is saying what she did and the decision about to do about it. Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. You give her a ring? Give who a ring? There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I'd like to have a look around the Chief Nat's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Wow. Talk about fucking RPG boss. I have a giant organ in my room for my boss music needs to kick in. Whoa, where am I? In the chief office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? I used an organ lessons in kindergarten. You just call me Little Miss Bach. Bach. Is it going to open like a secret fucking door? I never could remember where C was. Huh? We're fucking dead? Hi, Bear. Oh, it's you two. Chief Nat. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Marshall's misconduct. And Lena's provocative statement. Provocative statement. Oh, you mean about forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. How time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Hey, that's the vase. That's the vase that was broken. Oh, it was Nat. That's a picture of Lena, Neil, and me. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Can't seem to put my finger on it, though. You're very intimidating. Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. You're very intimidating. Now, hurry up and get out of here. I have a meeting to attend. Seems the case isn't over with after all. What do you mean? Chief Nat denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he does want us looking around in there. Can we go see Gumshoe? Hey pal, I was looking for you. Detective Gumshoe, are you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt from sitting so long. Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Tech Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Well, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. That Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lena Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? I mean, wow. Jeez, Claudio today. Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around with Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who still don't like him. But now with this, are there really that many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. I gotta take you back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. And it seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. It's so cute. Well, did you find anything out? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Himself? Oh, let's see. I think it has something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman. What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. An accident, yes, but transformed him into an animal. He killed the man that witnessed the accident, and then he killed the lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by then, so he killed him too. Then he was burying the bodies. A jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems like he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness. Hey, look at this. This. Sounds like a fucking skit. Basically. About this. Hey, isn't that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, the knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. Murders again, exactly. Oh no, here I go killing again. I was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car's muffler. That's it. Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? And the victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it. Oh, the victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Drake's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. Damn. A knife tip was found in the wound. The broken tip was found in the victim's body. It belonged to a murderer, Joe Dark. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. What the fuck's going on? I want to become a serial killer chemist. That's all I got to myself in. Basically. Can I ask you one more thing? If it's money you need, you should ask the chief. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. We'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective ID card can unlock the door. If I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Wait, it's a good thing we have a fucking security card then. Breach of trust. Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe's our only chance of getting into that office. Why is there something that we could show him that would change his mind? Don't we still have our, like... Don't we still have our guest pass? Is it the vase? What about that jar? I think I've seen it somewhere before. Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Where could I have seen that before? Let me share a little advice with the detective. Okay. What? I thought he would be like, oh, that's in the fucking... It's literally in this picture. The game pities you and turns... I mean, it's so nice, because there's some cases that are just so freaking hard. What would do this for us, then? What can we show Gumshoe that would let us into the chief's office? Oh yeah, because the 777 is like the higher ranks, right? That's 172 main detective. Okay, that's not it either. We have so much fucking evidence now, dude. It's insane. It's actually crazy. Chat? Oh, Monokuma jacket. If only I still played Danganronpa. It's... No. I can't just go there, can I? Nope. What the hell do I show Gumshoe? I don't know the answer, pick C, but I have like A to Z here. I don't have a... I can't just pick C. Maybe I don't have it yet. I thought it'd be the jar, because you can fucking see the jar in the picture. Maybe we just flat out don't have the evidence for it yet. Let's come back. Do we go see Edgeworth? think that's all we can do, right? I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. He looks like he's writing something. He's sure quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? Huh. I had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Hold on, I want to see what your paper was. I wonder what he was writing before. No, that's right. Let's take a look. Are you crazy, Edgeworth? Still standing there. I'll distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that just come shoot the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what the girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. Letter of resignation. If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. No! I'm tired, Wright. It feels as if something inside me has died. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked just hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Wait, I wonder if... Will Gumshoe let us in with this because he doesn't want Edgeworth to quit? That would be awesome. There's no excuses for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. That bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, and my responsibility as prosecutor is in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuse I might have. I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. You can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? This list of evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became a prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. Can you tell us about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. This. Oh yeah, Chief Nat asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yo, Chief Nat murdered the guy? Edgeworth found him in his car? There's a piece of evidence that was closed for half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Alright, what did she want us to show him? The picture. This picture was hanging in the wall in Chief Nat's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. The trophy Mr. Marshall's holding, it's a little different than yours. Yeah, you're right. I remember now. That was the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind this design. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what this award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed which could withstand any weapon. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. Then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Huh. Is that actually true? That's kind of cool. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if the result in something is as ugly as this. That's funny. If that's so, then why are you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Nat. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of this award abolished. Interesting. So let's go back and see Edgeworth and give him... Or not. Excuse me. Oh, hi. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Fucking yes. I would. You certainly have the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who was sucked down a... Why would you relate it to that? Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial is involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Are you forgetting something? You know, the little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lena stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. He must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lena Sky. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked how it overturned out. Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I am proof of enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most of it even so much as an explanation. Then Lena Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Lena Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. Damon, Nat, and Lena Skye. Nat led the investigation with Lena second in command. They were the best. Damon Nat's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that, I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Oh, yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. Back then, everyone looked up to Lena. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and was always watch out for other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as though she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all more infuriating. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why'd she have to turn so cold after that? Lena transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Thanks to Chief Nat's powerful influence. Having solved the SL9 incidents, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. If you can control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been some reason for her change. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. Hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Cute. Okay. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning out to be a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Cute. Oh, that DJ. I admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. Maybe my neck on the line. What's this crumpled piece of paper? No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know differently now. He trusts us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. That's it. I made up my mind. Here, take my ID card. You can't do that. If someone finds out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. So at least let me do this for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Yeah. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting you to bail me out. Slaps him again. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. What are you doing? Say always like that. I wasn't sneaking. I just was worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, what's the point of you giving us your ID card? Crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. Hardly ever get a chance to come in here. Time for you to have a look around myself. Besides, we're in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's see what we can find out. The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yeah, that's where I was waiting for Lena on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Nat's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as is as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Elena left, no one's ever touched that desk. No one except Chief Nat and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since the incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came in here to look around, right? Because of one of SL9's crime scenes. I mean, that's your reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... No, you wouldn't know. There's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. When someone tells you don't worry about it, you're supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go with that. Sorry. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Nat might be a suspect, do you? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Nat. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best if I don't divulge my feelings just yet. Here you go, ignoring me again. Bum, 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 bum. Makes you want to crash through and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Or does this make detective? I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Dying? Unaliving yourself? As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. These shelves are mostly empty. Lena must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecution's office. There's a small picture frame left on the shelf. This is when Lena and I went to that theme park. Oof. Oh. The signal that day 2 years ago. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here and went along with Chief Nat to question Dark. But he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. There's not any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lane ever come back here? No. Chief Nat must keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends are made of. Okay, so that's everything on this side of the room. The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we can hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is on the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office. And then makes him listen to this organ for hours. What's so bad with that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. Aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. Look at the size of that. Look at the size of the Chief Nat's desk. Speaking of that, when we heard earlier, I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what he was doing with this here. Hold on, detective, what did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about the evidence list. Normally it's twice as long? That's right, I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence. What will the other half of the list be doing here? It would appear so. List of evidence in the SL9 incident. It was ripped in half, so this part is all we've got. Bum, ba-da, bum, 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 He must have gone into this room. You don't have any taxes to pay. Hiding in this armor, that'd be terrifying. Alright, the safe is everything that's left. This is a safe, isn't it? Okay, if you say so. Oh, we can figure it out, though. A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Oh, I can't use my luminol? Wait, I don't actually know what it is. Do you actually think it's 777777? No way that's it. It's... Good job, chauffeur. Bingo. Whose birthday was that, pal? The final ID card number on that record. The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. I think you're 1-7 shy this time. That's Chief Nat's ID number. Anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much should we have stashed anyway? Look, it's the broken jar handle. A shard from a broken cup. This someone looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? You think the chief made the design? Oh, well, it's just a thought. That's all that was in the safe. Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They do look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with the case. I literally... Right, Phoenix, put some effort into your brain. I'm afraid I can't let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Let's see if it fits. There. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Nat willingly and knowingly hid this piece of jar in his safe. You concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. This piece of evidence you just attached, it's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Nat hide this in his safe? Evidence from the SL9 incident. Final fragment found in Chief Nat's safe. Blood traces. Okay, what about the leather shirt? What about the leather shirt? Chat? What about the piece of leather? Okay, so that's not the answer. Well, there are fingerprints on it, right? What if we... Can I just give this to Gumshoe? I can have a look at this. Do you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, detective. Alright, go to town, sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints you want to take. Well, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth you found in the safe. Oh, yeah. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? What's your sense of humor? Okay. What are you, my mom? Wait. We have to do a finger we can see properly, right? So like the middle finger? Bling. Oh, it's not Nats? Is it Lena? No. It's Emma? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be dark prints. Psst, hey, you over here. Emma blacks out and kills Marshall. That'd be hilarious. What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just give them this information from Emma for now. Here. Maybe you should hold on to this. Defendant Chief's Nat's safe. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Uh-oh. We're fucking dead. We're gonna die. We are dead people. He's gonna murder us right here and now. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Then I just thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. You in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. No, gumshoe! Now get out. We'll be on our way too then. Wait. You with the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. I like a word with you. You with the spiky hair. You're free to go. He's sus. Yeah, he's keeping a 16-year-old by himself. Look, pal, I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but I knew it'd be like this. I never would have said it. Now I've seen the evidence Chief now is hiding in his office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why has she kept eerily silent about this? Why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the Chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. Now he's thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you told me all these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it all out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. That's my chance to get her to tell the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. Ew. Cheers, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think it's more afraid of. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. Ow. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Take that! Take that! Well, Miss Sky, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. My apologies. Can you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? You were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Nat's name was never mentioned? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with this evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Nat. If you intend to accuse Chief Nat, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Nat falsified evidence in that case. The list? I found this in the safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. You know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing this evidence was none other than Chief Nat himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised, I cannot disobey the chief's orders. You know it means being found guilty for murder. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I just couldn't leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? It seems like I got blood on it seems like I got the blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, and then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma. I didn't want anyone in the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident. About Lena's incidents. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them the other day. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Nat, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Why on earth would you want to call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted the fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. Hold on, you change that. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts must have disappeared. Okay. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. to Goodman's real murderer. We already know. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Final day. Final day. Trial former. Here we go. This is the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lane all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It seems almost as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Hey, Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. The owner of the ID 7777777 ID number is that. Oh, who that is. Jeez, I read that wrong. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubting regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I will call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. She didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much, and that's why I came here to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lena's hiding something, and the only way we'll never know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. Well, that depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out whatever really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. Can I see you turn left and right? Huh. It might be, hold on. I can use mouse tracking. I think it'd be easier if I use mouse tracking for that. Because my camera's not very good at following me. Where is VTube Studio? I think I can do that, right? Eye tracking. There's something that lets me mouse track, right? Oh, I guess not. But yes, I can try. Hold on. I think that's as far as I can go left. I think this is as far as I can go right. I can't turn very much. You stole my bones. Maybe if I up my physics, we can turn more. My bones. Where's my physics? Use physics. Physics strength. Yeah, that's as far... my fucking tail. That's as far as I can turn right. And that's as far as I can turn left. Holy. Ear. 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 Alright. I'm actually Jello. Is that, just a blob of flesh and tissue? Yep. You stole my bones. It's because you pointed out to me that I'm not very... I don't move around a lot when I'm streaming. I tend to sit pretty still. So you was like, if I just take out your bones, it'll make you look like you move more. And I was like, take my bones. So you stole all my bones. No, I don't. I'm just Jello. I'm just a blob now. Bones are gone. Alright. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lena Sky. Normally, this is where the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. I mean, I don't know how my rigging works because I don't understand rigging too much. Morning, folks. How's everyone's doing? Hey, Edgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough in my work as it is. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. You don't want me asking, Chief, what exactly is their proposal? Lena, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. Having heard what she intends to say, I feel as though I should grant her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. You think you're done? Oh. I bet. What's this about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all the charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defendant's plea, or the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lena. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although it is an unprecedented situation. Oh, that was an easy case. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for this verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Objection! Edgeworth? One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond all reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm? Good for you, Edgeworth. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Nat. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall hear the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, Mr. Chief Nat? Mr. Chief? Chief Nat? Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth decided to take the horse by the reins. Good for you, Edgeworth. That's sick. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lena's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. Congratulations, or I'm sorry for your loss. Get the hell off the stand. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, I like how Wright's just sitting here watching now. Please testify what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's about time to lead the truth behind this trial. Let's fucking go. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I got Edgeworth is like, I don't fucking know. It's Phoenix Wright's problem now. God damn it, Edgeworth, you dickhead. Okay. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yeah, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Nat. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. The Deputy Chief Nat and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk. And I'd dream about playing on that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecution's office held a ceremony that day. Lena promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on that day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Nat's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look, and that's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Nat and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Nat. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. That's when the Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't remember what happened. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, and then the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and the thunder struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Oh, wait a minute. It was pitch dark in that room. We shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I told the detective what I saw then. Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes. So it was so scary. That's what was so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Well, Miss Wright, have you heard enough? Have I? No. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Ours does. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Right? Right? Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all of her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence. Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. I wasn't handed that picture! God damn it. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list from the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it. Oh, what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. Nani? Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Your eyes are bulging out of your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. That's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? He's going to explode? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Eh? Oh my god, it actually is the murderer? You're kidding. That thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this is an act of vandalism is work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. List of evidence in the SL9 incident. Half the list was found in Nat's desk. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong, Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Yo, he actually fucking did it? How do I like this? Oh my god. Hold on. Oh, Bear's not there. Bear, wee woo. I needed someone with Bear. I need to get my manager. Wee woo, wee woo. Stand by, Ian. This is the picture I do. Actually, hold on. I got another manager. I have two managers. No naps. Bum 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 bum. Wee woo, wee woo. Okay. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw at that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. How to summon managers, wee woo. That's how I summoned the bear. I go wee woo, but for you, I had to go pss, 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 pss. And if I have my treat bag, I shake the treat bag. And sometimes Yua shows up. If she's hungry, she'll show up. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Emma's picture. I gotta take my sweater off. It's fucking hot in here. Sorry, I was talking bear. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Okay, Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flashlight was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. I fucking hate this word. I know how to pronounce it, but it's fucking hard. Insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better watch out, or you might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. There's something that's bothering you about this picture. Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Okay. Stabbed in the back. Died from a punctured heart and lung. But in the picture... Bear approved. All right, let's see what Kat has to say. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it'd be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? Eh? If they were to summon me, what would I say? Or what would they say? They just... Where's the fox? Fox? I need the fox. Chat? Chat? Oh, fuck. I thought I was trying to look at my evidence. Oh, shit. The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. Oh, fuck. What does the fox say? I will not respond to that. Is it the weapon? The weapon stands out in this picture because it's not shaded in, right? Because he was stabbed in the back, but this looks like he's going to stab him in the front. So is it the weapon? Contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Even if I don't have to look closely, I can see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See, the murder weapon its tip is broken too. If I recall, The tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. There's a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet have been broken. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. So you're telling me you're on 24/7? Yes, I am always lurking in friends' chats. But sometimes it might be muted, so I might not always respond, but I'm like basically always there. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does it mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. There's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. Are you saying this investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. I need more water. I need to start putting my water out of the freezer later. Because like every time I need water, there's no water because it's still melting. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Awards at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Nat. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him, and he was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. Man really was holding a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This would not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is one? The tip of... No way. The witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by simple observation error. In that instant, Emma Wright really did see a broken knife. Then I assume that you have some sort of information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. This is the real murder weapon. And that's why it was removed from the shield. It's the sword on the thing. Now the question is, do I use the picture or do I use... I'd have to use the picture because it's not on this one. I have to use the picture, right? That's my only other bladed object. That's the only other thing I have that has a broken blade. YOLO. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Yeah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? The broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising the knife would have been the prosecutor, Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. I remember now. I remember everything. Of fucking course you do. Mr. Edgeworth, could you show me your evidence list again, please? The one with the picture you drew on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. This list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked away this part of way deep inside me. Perhaps it'd be best if you added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky? Emma's an amazing artist. Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. I still can't believe it was the blue badger. When I saw the man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. I mean, he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may begin a cross-examination. Stop, please don't pursue this any further. Oh, we're on the right track then. Lena, can we give me the blue badger mascot as a gift? Is it? There's no way that's an actual thing. Blue badger. No fucking way. It actually is. $32. That's terrifying. Wait, does he actually sing this song? Defender of Truth, Guardian of Proof. This official Ace Attorney plush was designed by blah blah blah. It's about 10 inches tall. It includes a flag, baton, accessories that match attached to his hands with magnets. Its voice box is powered by 3 replaceable AAA batteries. It plays the Blue Badger theme song, I Want to Protect You, when you squeeze it. Do I want one? I can buy it myself. If I want one, I'll get one. That's hilarious. It's cute, but it's terrifying. US says cute. All right, both of my managers have approved. It's a go, Yin. Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Wait, did Emma end up killing someone? Chief Prosecutor Sky. You've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It appears we're finally getting closer to the core of the matter. Did Emma accidentally kill them? Or kill one of them? When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. It had these 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may very well be. What's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? The blue badger hadn't even dreamt up but when Emma drew this picture, and she's certain she saw its shadow. It's the badger symbol. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the defense's belief that on that faithful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. The jar? So we need to find something that looks like this, huh? With 2 little things to the side and 1 on top. The jar was in the office, right? It's the only thing that has the things on the side. The shield? No, the shield doesn't matter because this isn't from the past. This is from now. This is Edgeworth's trophy. The only thing that has things that stick out like that is the jar. And it has blood on it. I'm gonna try the jar. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of stone jar. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Upside down? This isn't right. I've got to make it more look like a blue badger. Let me remind the defense this case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape to the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. Maybe rotate it vertically or a bit more horizontally? Chat? What the? Mm. Keep turning. 2 ears, mouth up. What do you guys mean? About to lose a life? What? Like this? Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoy Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that Blue Badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Richworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us. What's the difference now that we know that the witness saw this jar? This is the murder weapon? It can't be the murderer, right? That doesn't make sense. We already know that the office was where... We already know that the office is where the person was... It's the murderer. But they were stabbed. The location... It tells us location in the office? Right? It's one of these two. It can't be the murder weapon because we know the weapon's a knife. The location doesn't make sense. Like, it would tell us the location in the office, I suppose. Do we do location? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? Location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Nat. But the body was found lying near Lena Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that will reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lena Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Nat's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Nat's office to Lena Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. And you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lena tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what would have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf... Oh, fuck, there's this giant knife there. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf and the jar was sitting, what would he have hit? the suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. You can't be thinking... Yeah. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. This is fucked. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If the events took place, the defense theorizes, and the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? That's fucked. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the victim, it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove with this evidence. Her handprint's on the fucking jar, dude. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get the dead people to testify. We could if Maya was here. This has all been a wild goose chase. No way, is Maya gonna fucking show up? Last second Maya? Touche, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us one possibility. I mean, there's still another possibility? I mean, the possibility that the victim left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. Very well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? She's been gone too... No, she's gonna come back. Not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us a piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. Where's my jar? Where's my jar? This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, he's just going to speak the killer's name? That thing could. I'm sure it would. I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped away the blood. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. This is fucked, dude. I feel bad doing this. Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make the letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. E M A. Right? I can't touch this one for some reason. Yes, I feel as though I'm teaching. Oh, fuck you. And, whatever. Alright, let's go again. This is right, though. E. That has to be our E, right? M. A? A. Take that! Right? Right. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why I've been thinking about saving Lena. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. This is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. This is fucked, dude. I don't like this case. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, she's the one who took the victim's life. Was Emma Skye. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. I don't like this man. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. Sending a high schooler to jail? I mean, whatever. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, really. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to... Well, not really. He murdered 5 people still. Not only that, but used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. What? He was still a serial killer. He just didn't kill that last person. But Joe Dark really was a serial killer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. It literally is. Didn't you know we're defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up for evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. We didn't sentence an innocent man to death. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Alright, one second. I gotta take my sweater off. It's like boiling in here now. Yep. Yeah. How the hell am I supposed to get 15k juice for unbreakable strength? Do you really want to know? Do you really, really, really want to know? Do you really, 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 really want to know? You're about to go grind it out. The fastest way to grind it out, if you're comfortable doing it, is Trial of Fools. But if you're not comfortable, then the trial before that's like just a little bit worse. Put on Unbreakable Greed or Breakable Greed, whatever version you have, and do Coliseum. That's the fastest way. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. I'm not interrupting any pals. You literally are. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And on top of it, you call me here. I've seen happy people at funerals. Take it Lena's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this. She asked me to give you this if you were... She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in the trial today. Evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. Chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. I guess I need to give this book a thorough read. From Miss Sky, explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Doesn't look like that book will be any good to you now, though. All that's left is the chief prosecutor's sentence. And so you're wrong, detective. Why am I still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. Lena didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into a dead body. I mean, is that still illegal? If you stab someone and they're already dead, is that still illegal? My mind says yes, but I don't know. Desecration of corpse? Oh, okay, that makes sense. We're going to expose it, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Let's do it. I'm glad I got the night off, because I would have had to stop now. Bum, bum. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lena Scott. Actually, can I go pee really quickly? Can I go take a quick pee before we do this? I'll be right back. I'm going to go pee really fast. Ignore my tail. Okay. Wow. The Discord icon's supposed to be a controller? Yes? Nodders? Uno momento. What the hell? Okay, let's do it. Taming a crime scene. Yeah, I knew that one. I was just like, curious. Like, someone's like, "Here's a corpse." I'm like, have I stabbed it? The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Very well. Normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. You think you may have manipulated the witness. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth further witnesses. But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. You're a scientist and the body's been donated for science? I see. I see. There's a dot? Okay. Legal loopholes are fun. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. And it is settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... Nat, right? We're doing this? We're fucking doing this? Let's do it. Damon Nat. The defense calls Damon Nat to the stand. What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner of 2 years ago, Mr. Nat's first-hand knowledge of the crime, I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. We call Emma because she loves Emma. Emma passed out. Time to T-pose. We're gonna. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also have been the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Nat to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Intimidate him back? I don't think I can. He's a very scary man. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I'm just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. He's scary, dude. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Fine. My name's Damon Nat, and I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Nat, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Well, I'm intimidated. I can be scary. I just choose not to be. Oh, you mean that time when Lena's sister murdered that prosecutor? Damn, okay. Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all this. Contamination never kid. What? No, I haven't. Shut up. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You're aware, of course, that a chief police has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Did he just threaten me? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Oh, don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. The SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lena there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. And as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. I've never stolen from a crime scene. I don't know what you're talking about. That's not something that I would do as a prosecutor. As a defense attorney. Either or, that's not what I do. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify. Then I better hit him with hard and fast. Okay. When I went to my office, I found Lena there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lena's desk. You being a prosecutor and attorney? No, I'm a defense attorney. I've always been a defense attorney. That's right. I think you said it earlier. It was my suit of armor that really should have stabbed the prosecutor. Yes? Anyway. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lena must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you better off staring at the court record. Which piece of evidence ties Nat to the forgery? Lena did admit to forging evidence. But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow, I've got to link Nat to the incident. Okay. So he made that comment on this. Is it the fucking jar again? Evidence for something, but what? Okay, we don't know what that does yet. Is it the jar again? It was found in Nat's safe, right? You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. I just saw we get the unbreakable charm. You don't want them anymore, but they're so good. Unbreakable strength is unbelievably good. But I'm afraid that's a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Nat, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office. are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. But Worthy's a prosecutor. So you admitted then that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you're the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Shit. I mean, he's not wrong. We kind of did steal, didn't we? Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do it too. Isn't that right, Wright? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and in relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence and forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. It literally would. It literally did. Because you became head of police after that case, right? Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand I'm chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed. I believe I'll press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today's, well, you know. Alright, Edgy. In return, though? I know. That place, right? I'm not gonna judge someone else's... Whatever they do behind closed doors is on them. Hold on, let me read this fucking book really quickly. Let me read this. Rules for submitting evidence. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. For all I know, you could have placed them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. But no, he would be fine for forgery because he didn't have anything to do with that, right? What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. They were found after Dark's murder. After it was convicted, they were worthless. There's no reason I participate in forgery. That's a flat-out lie. Really, Chief Nat? At the very least, there's one large benefit you reap from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next Chief of Police. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Ezworth? Yes. He was going to be made Chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger. You might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. You didn't do it for yourself. You did it for someone else. He doesn't seem like the type. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There's only 3 people I would look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It is out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lena's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, really. There been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? It wouldn't give me this option if he wasn't an accomplice, right? True, you may not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Because Lena got the promotion to fucking chief prosecutor, right? Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. He's a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Nat may have helped forge evidence? Lena. Chief Prosecutor Lena Sky. The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lena? And as for Chief Nat, he also would have a reason to help Lena if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lena Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Nat. How would he benefit from all of this? He'd be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. But despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Ugh. Judge. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lena Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. Ow. Oh, Jojo, happy Explosion Day. I appreciate the prime. Thank you very much. He is a puppeteer. Just playing in his office. I appreciate the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ayo. Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lena? For example, is Lena testifying that I've done such a thing? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Nat. I'm afraid without proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in the incident. You heard it's a good drink? This incident, which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. What do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Nat is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lena take the rap to cover up his involvement. Nani? I would threaten court. No. It was a precaution. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. I like that we're a team, dude. This is so cool. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? The timesheet? Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Nat is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe this evidence will tell. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Nat to the murder of Detective Goodman. It's the timesheet, right? They came in together? I have full health. We'll give it a try. This ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. How do you know that? The safe in Chief Nat's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. The same number as the remaining ID card number on the list. Chief Nat, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Wait, I was right? Nice! Chief Nat, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Nat, so you admit it? It's like using your birthday as a password. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go where I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Nat? I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lena Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Nat met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine... Oh, fuck, I pressed A. I pressed A, I ruined it. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Nat on the day of the crime. The requisition form? Because he didn't finish it, right? A half-written document can only be submitted to the chief of police. It has to be the lost item form, right? Because if he's going to see the chief anyway... I'm going to try it. I got full health. Detective Goodman lost an ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means that you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Nat. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. Wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yeah, now that you mentioned it, I believe I might have done... Edgeworth. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. if you had really lent it to Detective Goodman. It would have been found on his body. I love Edgeworth, dude. He's so cool. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lane at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know? And everyone was aware that Lane had stayed at the prosecutor's office for the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. So you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Nat, you left all the evidence we needed to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was just a useless clue taking space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Nat used this. Well, we know he placed the body in Edgeworth's car, and the lock on Edgeworth's trunk was broken, right? Is it the screwdriver? Because he asked Edgeworth to take care of this. Right? This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. Oh, fuck. I'm wrong. A screwdriver? Am I right? Am I wrong? What does that have to do with the case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What was this screwdriver doing here? It's here because I was asked to go by Chief Nat, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Nat asked you to. The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lena Skye. Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph that Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. I believe your time's up. Sorry, Wright, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for Early Bird Special. The cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. It's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? If you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. You think I had Lena dispose of the body? And if so, then show your proof and get it over with. Damon Nat is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Nat murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of the body. I obviously do, but I have to think. I can't let him squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. And please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Nat murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Chat? Do I have proof like that? Get your fucking ass back here. I need help. I don't think I do I? Do I want the answer? I'd rather a hint, I guess. I don't want like a straight up answer. Emma? The only thing that makes sense then is the piece of cloth. If that's what you're saying. I am the judge. Oh, right. What do you think, Your Honor? I think Mr. Wright is I'm going to be late for lunch. Yeah. The fact that it's giving me this option again makes me think that I don't have proof yet. Because otherwise it would go straight back into the court record, right? That's what it always does. So I think the fact that it's saying it's giving me this choice again is I don't have proof yet. Because every other time it takes me right back into court record. Let's do this. So you're shoving evidence that I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Edgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy, I'll leave the rest to you. Oh, was that the right thing? I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Oh, my HP. Thank you, Edgeworth. Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method is proof of testimony. But Chief Nat invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. Defense calls forth Lena. The defendant. Miss Selena Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders, the prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take a final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. Holy fuck. Huh? Oh, welcome back. I thought you were going to leave. Listen good, Lena. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister we found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. That's not good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Man, he just, like, threw out threats the entire court session. Okay, if there's any further objections, this court is now in recess. Holy fuck. So we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Sorry, choked on my water. Keep the judge let that threat slide. That's all the chief did was threaten people. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Oh, don't worry. I've already decided on where to work. At your office. Sure, I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Please. I would trade Gumshoe for Maya any day, dude. Chief Nat's done it again. How is he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? Risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite end holds true. I mean, he forfeits his right to say anything, too. Oh, Emma, welcome back. Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel relieved somehow. Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. Think of all this time. My sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. Not the fact that you killed someone. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Nat's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. She's a murderer and she loves her family. Forced herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. Let's see why she became so cold. Don't I like a little yandere? Emma's not yandere. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself, but she did. Blame society, pal. Chief Nat be able to fool everyone with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall onto that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lena tells the truth. Hoo boy. Hoo boy. Here we go. Bum ba-dum bum bum. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lena Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lena Skye, you were the chief prosecutor. And then Molly sends a stream. Well, guys, I gotta go. It's been a long night. My voice is sore. I'm sure you're aware of what's required of you. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Aww. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Nat. Here we go. It's been 4 hours. I'm not working tonight. I got the night off. Well, I worked for 3 hours, and then I got the night off. I worked alongside Nat for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I arranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dart convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. You sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. Drake's involved? No, it's Dark. It's Dark. I fucked up. If this is true, then that means that Chief Nat has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Nat and the fabrication. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. What she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. You say you did this all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? The scene of the crime? I tried to put them both together. It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? The prosecutor marshal died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Drake. Something like that. If that's so, what happened with the other murder weapon? Drake was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. He was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. I broke off the tip of the Dark's knife and planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Man keeps saying Drake. I'm trying to say Dark, dude, but they look. I keep mixing the letters up. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's body, and then you move the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Mr. Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you move the body? Hey, Luca. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Nat's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain in more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body. Pieces of the jar that scattered during the event threatened my plan. What do you mean? Drake, I'll fight all of you. Pieces of the jar. You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Drake... Fuck, god damn it, now you got me thinking about it. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt that it'd be more expedient to move the body. So when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had already been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it'd be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was found lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Anyway, I committed to this fabrication completely alone. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted, and it had nothing to do with Emma. Okay, so that's where we got to put our evidence then, right? Is it the jar? Because the jar wasn't broken till after, right? Jar. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. I mean, the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring everyone's attention. A significant contradiction within your testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have any problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar in the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where this contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write the message on his jar, it must not have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. You may be missing something crucial here. Critical here. Critical. Tomato. He could have. It would have been hard, though. Shh. No, my case hinges on this. He couldn't have. It seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. The jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped the blood away. The fragments were large, so I made sure I got them all. All I could think about was the wiping them clean before they were discovered. I mean, you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them into dust. Well, that helps my case. Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. Okay. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. If you really thought Drake... Fuck! God damn it! You fucking assholes in chat have done this to my brain. Dickheads. If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, fucking assholes, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I made sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective's always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Drake, shut up. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. Okay, but you didn't. You missed one. Do I present the fucking jar again? Everything I do, this jar is like all of my fucking evidence. Is it the jar again? Because she missed a piece. I'm going with the jar again. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. Oh my fucking god. Thank God we got this goddamn jar. This is all of our evidence. I got a jar of dirt. Is the jar of dirt going to help? If you don't want it, give it back. No. Then it helps. We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Nat's safe. The chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing with the final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night the prosecutor marshal was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Nat got there before you. But couldn't the defendant simply have missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. Hope you're not implying this person was Chief Nat at the time he was looking for... Let me finish, please. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Nat arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question, what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Nat do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? Discovering the scene, Lena Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Nat's aid. Lending her his aid, Nat helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. Aw, poor Lena. This case is fucked, dude. I guess you do seem the type to twist the truth. What? Fuck you, Judge. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Nat's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lena might be right after all. This person we're prosecuting the judge? The judge did it. What do you mean, Wright? So do you tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if the evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. Miss Skye, if you will. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. Please stop holding on to the Chief's big branch. However, there's a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Holy fuck. Okay. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that pseudo-armored sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Nat help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. I struggled with that sentence. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armored sword. We already knew that. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present us this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lena. Lena said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. There's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after rearranging everything. That piece came out from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Nat's safe? What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth had fingerprints on it. Whose fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. Those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Or I won't. Never mind. Or I won't. Come now, Uji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. What, now you want me to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make any statements of any sort. This must be the risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of your noose tightening around your throat. Damn, okay. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. No, I don't. But someone else does. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm assured you made it as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you'll be the one appearing before a board of inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. The one that shows who... Is this why she gave me the book? Because that evidence doesn't meet the evidence laws, so I'm not allowed to show it in court? I can't show it. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Chief Nat? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. That conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it, and that's why you won't present it. Can you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? It means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean to admit to it? Wait, you can't give us a testimony anyway. You're not allowed. Fuck off. Get off the stage. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lena. I knew Lena. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw this, oh my god, I'm really struggling. That when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lena arrived at the scene, mind you. You mean those items in your safe? For insurance, of course. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl convicted. I'm not saying because of Dark or Drake. I'm saying Dark now. Fuck you. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make the police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid most of the legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lena to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. Myrtle? Look, I've been talking for 4.5 hours, okay? It's starting to wear on my brain. But you fabricated all the evidence. What's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar, too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. That piece of cloth. Well, it's leather, but... Come on, Wright, cough it up already. I know you have it. So you admit to it then, Matt. You admit that you're hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being the chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have known it then before it was too late. Or you should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up this time, as long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have the evidence to present now. Alright, then let us see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Do we do it? Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather must have been a strong impact for being left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. I need more water, but it's not melting fast enough. Think about it, Righto. Or think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma. Emma Sky? What? And mine? Sorry, Emma, but why? Why didn't you tell me? You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. I'm sorry, Lena. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. I said this trial isn't over yet. But your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant's convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Are you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? Chief Nat, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Oh. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What's this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. The fact that there's no blood on it? It's missing from the get-go because there's blood on the undershirt. It should. Oh wait, that's where it got stabbed. That makes sense. It has to be the picture, right? What exactly is this supposed to be? This is a picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His undershirt showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. That piece of cloth... Wait, there's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. Now then, Chief Nat, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lena Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armorer's sword? Then, to make it look like it was Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name in the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lena believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted to only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over. We got him. Or we don't have him. Shit. That was close, Righto. You almost had me. He's exploding? Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth, it's illegal evidence. That's why I didn't want to send it in the first place. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Reggie? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth... That's because he's police and he said we could use it then, right? I see where we're going with this. Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Miss Nat's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Seems at last. Time for me to unveil my plan has arrived. That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of information. I did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Nat. It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain proceedings involved when presenting evidence. No, you don't listen to his lies. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence illegal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present this evidence. If you cannot prove your conduct was not in if you can prove your conduct was in violation, not in violation of the law, then do so now. Right? Right? This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, MS Guy's fingerprints are on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth and nothing more. You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. Look at the picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when this picture was presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Nat. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest, is the person who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and the only person that could be Damon Nat, the killer, was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr and then convinced Bruce Goodman. Yeah, that's right. If evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. When I went with him to the evidence room, then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker and he was taking out the evidence. He said, It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall. Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble into it, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. On Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business of doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she has much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So he took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Edgy. Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Nat. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example of others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you're no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Edgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of new beginnings. There are two things I want to understand. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Nat betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial's over, I'll tell you everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Nat help me forge evidence up until today. It seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? In a few years from now, you might have what it takes to take it to the top. She's cute. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know much of the ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Aw, liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. No, you didn't. You did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky, you are innocent of murder, however. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Cute. Well, this trial's gone on far too long already. Yes, it has. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant Miss Lena Sky. That is all. This court is adjourned. You're clipping my fucking Drake and Dark? Fuck you, dude. Pieces of shit. I hate these guys. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't completely off the hook. At least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. Cute. You know, I did my best too, but Lena didn't say a single word to me. God damn it, Gumshoe. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. You love Lena so much, pretty lady. Hiya, cat. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Wait, he's not a detective anymore. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty? And to top it all off, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh? Are you here again because of my sister? Nope. Not this time. Came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. A hug. Lena. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time I ever in my life panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. I asked Nat to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the last 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. Hey, Beryl! But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you would react if you knew. I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. Hug, I want a hug. I want a CG of a hug. I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Cute. CG, 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 CG. Yee! No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is try to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find our way back to the rightful path. And as from there, we can move on to our brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. I like Edgeworth so much. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It was too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Nat was right. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Nat did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Are we gonna hire Edgeworth? Damon Nat and your mentor Manfred von Karma. Were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. Yes, yes, yes. And because of that partnership, you're able to present the evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lane is talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Huh? The evidence is the friends we made along the way? Is it my badge? I found all this shit by myself. What the fuck did Edgeworth do? Is it the badge? That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. What? It's time for me to go. What was the right piece? What? Hold on. Google. What was the right piece of evidence? Yes. Attorney Phoenix Wright. Edgeworth evidence. Chat, can anyone tell me? What was the evidence I was supposed to give Edgeworth? Episode 5. Episode 5 walkthrough? Walkthrough. The evidence list? Oh shit, now I kind of want to go back. What does it change? Make me get out of bed? Trial ladder. Day 3 investigation. Day 4 former. Ladder. Trial ladder 2. Now sit back and enjoy the ending. At some point, you'll be given an opportunity to show something. Evidence that neither Edgeworth nor Phoenix would have found on their own. Present the evidence list when given the chance. Yellow objection. Shit. Do I not get another... Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can't let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. Or you can let it grow, help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Cute. I better be going too. Alright, I'll be sure to visit you soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this a little something for you. Oh, a scientific investigation book. It's the first book. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Burke? Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. What is it, detective? There's a little matter to be resolved by the prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright, here's the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, do you think I could afford my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? You're like 16. You don't have any money, Emma. Cute. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. Hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecution's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. But what about Maya? It's Nat, not Nat. I'm going to call him Nat. I don't really care. Gant? Gant? Isn't that an enemy in Zelda? Isn't that the enemy in Twilight Princess? If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily. I really don't care about you. Take care of Billy. Who the hell's Billy? Yep, I don't miss you. Well, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why didn't we go through the entire game calling him Nat? Instead of... I can't even pronounce the other one. There's no way that thing wasn't the murderer, dude. That thing's so creepy. Bum, 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 ba-dum. It died! The blue badger's fucking dead! Someone killed him! Oh, Marshall went to jail? Wait, they let him keep his knife? Wait, isn't the cat supposed to stream this morning? Where's my cat stream? The Right Way lunch. That's cool. He already forgot my name. That judge is the worst. I don't know. I feel like case 5 was like tacked on. It was like a good case, but it just feels weird in the game. Cute. But it just felt like a weird case. I still feel like the game should have ended after 4, but 5 was nice. In the next one? I imagine she's in the next one. Mr. Edgeworth. I want Edgeworth to join us so bad. Wright and Miles defense attorneys? Come on. Come on. What country are we in? If we're in America, why is she taking a train to Europe? What the fuck? Cute.